Speaking to Anthony's mic.
Anthony, mic, test.
Can you speak into the podium mic?
You cut me off this time?
Maybe.
Podium mic test 1 2.
So it's not jumping around. So I guess let me see.
Is it on auto?
Well, there's no preset. So as long as it's at the
Camera control auto.
I know. But I thought I could hit preset. I don't know where. Speaking to Anthony's mic.
Anthony, mic, test.
Can you speak into the podium mic?
Cut me off this time?
Camera control.
Podium mic.
And now try.
Nicole, mic, test.
Okay, that jumped. So we just need to make sure it's silent. Let me see how long it takes to go silent, to go back. I mean, that takes a long time. Okay, that helps. Okay, no, that's perfect. So it's back left. It's go to manual and back left.
Well, pixel.
I'm just gonna test this because I'm stressed out.
Test, test, test.
Um, yes.
Were you panicked there for a second?
Testing Anthony's mic. test.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Secretary Joe B. Matthew, and I have the honor, for the first time, actually, of calling to order the November 2025 regular meeting of the Coppell ISD Board of Trustees. With that said, and please, I may flub a little bit because it's the first time I run it, so I'll try to be as to put together as possible. We need to establish a quorum, and starting on the left, we have Trustee Jonathan Powers, Trustee Ronna Raval, Vice President Nicole Bentley, myself, and Trustee Lee Walker, and Trustee Anthony Hill. I think that is quorum. David Cavanis, President Cavanis, is at the football banquet tonight, so he could not attend. All right, and now with that, we do have a quorum. I'll turn it over to Dr. Shivers to handle the innovative learning presentation.
Absolutely, y'all. Good evening. I wanted to say thank you for being here. And tonight, before we do our board awards, we have a special innovative learning presentation showcasing the extraordinary learning experiences happening in our schools. Tonight, we're highlighting New Tech High at Coppell, where project-based learning, innovation, and student voice are at the forefront of learning. So please join me in welcoming New Tech English teacher and facilitator, Samantha Beatty, who will share about a recent AP Literature Pages of Culture project-based learning experience at New Tech, along with 3 students who will tell us about their work. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. My name is Samantha Beatty. I teach the AP Literature, AP Language, Public Speaking at New Tech High Coppell, and I'm also one of the Student Council co-sponsors, so I wear a lot of hats. But one of my absolute favorite projects that I do at New Tech that has become a legacy project over the last 6 years has been our Literature and Culture project, where our AP Literature students get to pick a culture of their choice, and their core question that they try to tackle throughout the entire project is, what can you learn about a culture solely through literature? And so over the course of 6 weeks, students select their culture, they research that culture, they have to try to identify, read different pieces of literature from that culture, meaning they have the extra added challenge of finding pieces of literature that were written from people who are native to that culture. So they can't just read texts that are from the United States, they have to take that extra step to find literature that is actually authentic so that they can learn about that culture. So a lot of the literature that they look at is fiction literature. They find a core anchor text or novel of their choice. They get to read short fiction stories, they get to read children's stories, etc. As they go through, they try to read this literature to find and identify different parts of cultural elements. As a class, they decided on 10 core cultural elements that they wanted to focus on, including things like values, religion, food, etc. And so all of that literature comes together, so they have a nice holistic version of what that culture is and represents, or is represented through the literature that they read. They present to a large group of evaluators. This year we had over 25 outside evaluators come in, including many of you, so thank you for coming if you saw, and evaluated my students. And so they're evaluated by an outside group of people to really, really challenge the knowledge that they gained over the last several weeks of the heavy research that they conducted. Up front, you can see some of the trifolds that they created. And in true PBL fashion, the best way to learn about the project is through the students themselves and what they learned. So we're going to call up 3 different students to share what they learned through this project. Our first student being Andy Coffey, who did Chinese culture.
Well, hi, I'm Andy, and for this project, I decided to choose China. And I actually chose this because I'm half Chinese, and I thought it'd be really fun to learn about that half of my culture since I'm technically already immersed in my American side. And one of the coolest things I learned was just how much the Cultural Revolution impacted Chinese culture, and I was able to see this in almost every single one of my literature pieces, even poetry. And it was also present in all of my cultural elements that I talked about. I think one of the best things about this project was getting to present to outside evaluators. I feel like it's always fun to show off all of the knowledge that we've gained and really show how much we know about it. And it's also just a great way to practice our presenting skills. And I feel like that's something that New Tech does a really great job of. is preparing kids for interpersonal communication and being able to publicly speak. And I can actually speak from personal experience for this because growing up, I was a very quiet kid. Presentations were the bane of my existence. But here I am today speaking in front of you guys, and I would say that's all thanks to New Tech.
Our next student that we're going to have come up and share is going to be Gabby Gunderson, who did Greek culture.
Hello, my name's Gabby Gunderson, and for this project, I chose Greek culture. I chose Greek culture because I've always wanted to travel Greece, and I wanted to see how much I could truly learn about a project having a culture having no background knowledge on it, and learning it solely from these 10 pieces of literature. The most interesting I learned was comparing all these different texts from different time periods, comparing ancient Greece to mid-1900s and modern Greece, and just making those connections on how heavily ancient Greece has influenced modern Greece and how much has changed over the past 50 years. Like, they've changed their written language over the past 50 years and their currency, which I found really interesting to learn about. Presenting to outside evaluators is always really exciting, but really nerve-wracking. And it always really encourages me to know my content so in depth because you always get really diverse questions and different perspectives, and you always have to be ready to answer any question thrown at you. So you really have to know everything really in depth. Project-based learning has helped me so much. Like Andy, I also used to be terrified of public speaking, and I feel like I've evolved it so much because of project-based learning. Additionally, project-based learning, there's so many aspects that go into it and responsibilities. You have to be able to communicate with other people, work with other people, and overall time manage to make sure you create a project that you're really proud of.
And lastly, we have Omar Andre Sanchez, who did Mexican culture.
Hello, my name is Omar Andre. The culture I chose is Mexico because as of right now, I've lived a little bit more than half of my life there, and I just thought it'd be interesting to explore that culture. Before researching, I was under the common misconception that the Spaniards had imposed Spanish on Mexicans, but the most interesting thing I found was that that's actually not true. It was elitist Mexicans post-independence who, through government, imposed Spanish on the rest of Mexico. Presenting to evaluators from freshman through junior year was always pretty daunting, pretty nerve-wracking. It's a lot of talking for a lot of time, a lot of standing. But I actually found out that through practice, I was relaxed enough to kind of enjoy it this senior year. And it was pretty enjoyable to talk about my favorite literature pieces to other people, especially my Spanish teacher, who is also connected to this culture, you know? PBL helps with a lot of things. You can see in this project that it's really good at taking a bunch of little pieces and connecting them into a broader, looking at a broader picture. I also think I correlate speaking to evaluators very strongly with, for example, interviews. I feel pretty confident that because of PBL, when I eventually interview for a job or anything, I'll be pretty confident in speaking to whatever evaluator I may be speaking to.
Again, I just want to thank everyone and Amanda for inviting me here to be able to showcase not just the project, but the students and the project-based learning that we do at New Tech. Again, thank you for coming to evaluate our project, and I hope that we can showcase the project-based learning more. Oh, pictures, okay. Thank you, Ms. Vady. Thank you, Andy, Gabby, and Omar for sharing. I also want to take a moment to highlight and celebrate our incredible educators, staff, administrators, students, and parents. You may know this, but Coppell ISD was recently named the #1 school district in Dallas County. That is a huge honor.
I think this honor highlights all the hard work and the dedication each individual in our school brings forward each and every day. It highlights the value and the support of our families and our communities and the value that you place within your schools. I'd just like to say thank you and congratulations one more time. It's an awesome, awesome accomplishment. Trustee Bentley, I know we have a group with us tonight that you'd like to honor as well, or recognize.
Thank you, Dr. Shivers. So I am just calling people out because I was recently got to be at our Adult I Lead program over in the Valley Ranch part of our school district. And one of the requirements for participating in I Lead is for all the participants to come in person to a school board meeting during the time that they're going through the class. So if you are one of our current Adult I Lead participants, would you please stand? It's great that you're getting involved and so much more knowledgeable about the district. Thank you.
Now we will transition to our board awards, where we recognize several outstanding student groups this evening and individuals for state level achievements in athletics and fine arts. So if you guys will come down to the front with them. Well, tonight, CISD trustees and I are thrilled to recognize some of our amazing students for top state accomplishments that make us all incredibly Cowboy proud. Before we begin, I'm going to give a few stage directions, honorees. I'll share a few words about your accomplishments while you remain seated, and then I'll call up your coach or your director to introduce you. As you come up, please receive your certificate on that side there. You're going to walk through, shake hands with trustees, and then stand on the X and face the audience for a group photo as well. So once your photos are taken, then I'll cue you to return to your seats before the next recognition. We begin our award recognition by recognizing some amazing student athletes for the top 3 state finishes. I would like to ask our Executive Director of Athletics, Kit Pell, to join the trustees in front of the dais, please. We are going to begin with our team tennis this evening. The Coppell Cowboy tennis team truly aced their way into the history books this season. That's right. Becoming the 6A Region 1 championships and qualifying for the UIL state tournament for the first time in team history. Under the outstanding leadership of head coach Alyssa Noonan and assistant coach Chris Terry, the Cowboys served up an unforgettable playoff run, finishing 3rd in the state. This record-breaking season was nothing short of incredible, and CISD Cowboy proud of the top 3 finish, unshakable spirit that proves Cowboy fight never dies. I'd now like to ask Coach Noonan to come to the podium to introduce the team captains for tonight's recognition. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shivers. I would like to ask the following to come forward for their recognition. Assistant tennis coach Chris Terry. Team captains Lexi Patton. Ria Guru. Kasi Cavalli. And Tushar Pathuri.
Our next recognition is for a student who achieved an impressive top 3 finish and bronze medal win at state level. I'd now like to ask our cross-country coach, Landon Wren, to come to the podium to share more.
First things first. Thank you, Dr. Shivers. Coppell High School junior Maya Easterwood distinguished herself at the UIL 6A state cross-country meet, earning 3rd place finish and bringing home the bronze medal after a season defined by grit, determination, and perseverance. Her strong performance shows she's truly built for the long run, maintaining her focus and strength all the way to the podium. I would like to add, this is Maya's a junior. This is her 3rd qualification to the state meet. She also received 3rd place bronze medal finish last year as well as a sophomore, bronze medal this year. In track last spring, she got another bronze medal in the 3200. So next year or this spring, we're going to get rid of the bronze and focus on the gold, right? That's the plan. But Maya, we are all so proud of you. Please come forward for your recognition.
Our final recognition this evening is for a program that continues to set the standard for music excellence in Texas. The Coppell Varsity Band marched into the spotlight on the 6A UIL State Championship contest, finishing 9th in the state. This impressive accomplishment marks the program's 20th state qualification and 18th time a finalist, underscoring a tradition of excellence that continues year after year. At this time, I'd like to invite Band Director Kim Shuttlesworth to come to the podium to introduce the band representatives.
Thank you, Dr. Shivers. I'd like to ask the following students to come forward for their recognition. Senior drum major, Alexa Jacob. A senior officer, a band officer, but also the feature soloist, Shruti Avandurala. Senior drum major, Akshar Pillai. Band president, Lindsay Yu. And band president, Rohit Kuchibola. Another one, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. For being there. Absolutely. Yes, yes, incredible. Come over to the front.
Before we finish with all the recognitions, if you are a parent of one of these great individuals that we recognize tonight, will you please stand up? A guardian, parent, relative. Thank you. Thank you. There is a lot of time and there is a lot of dedication that it takes from everybody to make this successful. So we truly thank you. Appreciate it. You are more than welcome to stay, but this does conclude our awards and innovative learning presentation. Audience members, you're welcome to stay. You may exit at this time as the trustees and I make our way back up. If you leave, have a great evening.
Feel free to move up right now while we're on.
These will be good. They're not crunchy.
Yeah, that's fine. I feel like we're in a college class again.
It's
gonna be too close.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Shivers, and that was really great to see all those great accomplishments that we have. That takes us to our next item on our agenda, the invocation and pledge, and tonight, Trustee Bentley will lead us in that.
If you'd like to rise with me, please. Heavenly Father, I just thank you for this time together, celebrating students, celebrating success, and having crucial conversations about our district. I pray for conversations to be focused on students throughout the district K through 12. I pray for unity in our community, grace, compassion, kindness towards one another, and adults that are modeling the behavior that we want our students to embody. Lord, please keep our students, our staff, our faculty safe during the holiday season. If people are traveling, please have them return to us well and ready for the rest of the semester. And I just have just ask, Lord, that we all have an attitude of gratitude and just be mindful about all of the blessings that we have in our lives, both realized and unrealized. In all this, I pray your name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Trustee Bentley, which now takes us into our open forum section. We've had 3 speakers sign up tonight, but before I read the names or call you up here, I'll have to read the statement, so please bear with me. The board encourages comments about the Coppell Independent School District from citizens of the district, its employees, or from other members of the public. Anyone who has signed up to speak in advance of the meeting in accordance with the board policy and procedures may do so at this time. The board asks that each participant's comments pertain to public education and be no longer than 3 minutes. Remember that pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, during regular board meetings, the public can speak on any topic related to public education. During special meetings in addition, the board has adopted complaints that are designed to secure at the lowest administrative level a prompt, equitable resolution of complaints and concerns. Complaints brought by employees may be heard in accordance with their policies DGBA legal and DGBA local, by students or their parents in accordance with policies FNG legal and FNG local, and by citizens in accordance with policies GF legal and GF local. Each of these processes provides that if a resolution cannot be achieved administratively, the person may appeal the administrative decision to the board as a properly posted agenda item. Copies of our district policies and procedures on public participation in meetings and filing complaints are available online at the Coppell ISD website. All right, and so for our first speaker, we'll call up Shane Pope, who's going to speak on the topic of school programs. And while you come up here, Trustee Bentley has taken the role of timekeeper, and she'll see the 1 minute and time.
Okay, so I get 3 minutes, right? Shane Pope, 313 Meadow Creek Road, Coppell, Texas. With no one in front of me today, I didn't have time to come up with some profound speech. I'm sorry. I read the Cowboys United marketing plan, and it's interesting. But I think it's a mistake to not offer a no-tech, low-tech pilot program next year. Make it a choice program for a single school, maybe one of the schools with only 2 kindergarten classrooms. In my uneducated mind, you could transform the iPad portions of our current kindergarten curriculum into a non-iPad curriculum relatively easily for a pilot, but again, I don't know what I'm talking about. You'll notice every time I come up here, I scope this down more and more. The way I build things is by starting small and iterating. I seek feedback along the way and I improve it or scrap it. Cowboys United is a big, bold vision, but trying to build something big all at once is a recipe for mediocrity or failure. Anyone in software knows that's called the waterfall method. Please consider piloting a choice, no tech, low tech, traditional program, because that's the marketing charter schools use, in a kindergarten classroom next year so that we can get feedback and begin to compete with the nearby charter schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll call up Eric Lunsford, who will speak on zero-based budgeting. And I forgot to say that earlier. Please state your name and your address before you begin speaking.
Eric Lunsford, 221 Simmons Drive. Good evening, trustees and staff. I'm here to talk about iPads in the classroom. No, in all seriousness, I want to start by thanking the board for its decisive action last month. It wasn't an easy conversation, it wasn't an easy choice, and there were a lot of people that wanted to speak on it. With that being said, I think it was the right choice, but we've lost 6 months of planning to figure out how do we get back to our zero-based budget. The Sarkar put in a lot of work on that zero-based budget, and now it raises a lot of questions and festers a lot of uncertainty in the parents and community. Strong, engaged governance is essential. You're not here just to vote on the plan presented to you. You're here to provide a vision, a goal. And with that, I think we can be not just the best school in Dallas County, but the best school district in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'll call up Brittany Lunsford, who will speak on the budget.
Hi, Brittany Lunsford, 221 Simmons Drive. You know, it was very few speakers, so I thought I'd take the opportunity to talk again. First, I want to thank you all. I know everyone's put in a lot of work. Admin, I know you've also put in an extreme amount of work, and everyone in the community can see that and understands that this is not easy. In August, when I spoke, I asked for a clear burn down. We were presented one that same meeting. Then we were presented more. Now it's changed. So now what? I'm hoping maybe we'll see one today, and that would be fantastic, because I talk to a lot of kinder parents who there are sayings that maybe we're not succeeding as a district, and I would love to point to a clear burn down, a clear vision. You know, not everyone's watching the meetings. Not everyone hears everything, but there are a lot of us who are happy to go out there and say what is being said, point to clear PowerPoints, information. So clear vision. I know we've been talking about it, just hoping to see one so that I can continue to point people, this is what we're doing. I want to thank you all for being out in the community. I know you've talked to a lot of people. I know you're talking to everybody all the time. So really appreciate that. The last thing I want to talk about is exploring the pay-to-play options that we had back when I was in high school. It wasn't fun, but we had to do it then. Maybe we need to think about doing it now. What about a pay-to-choose option? You know, if you want to be in a choice program, maybe you need to pay a small fee to do that. I'm sure there are a lot of kinder parents who would love a no iPad option and would be willing to pay a small fee for that. And pay to ride, I know we've been talking about it. I'm sure we're going to talk about it more. In the fall of 2001 is when I know that they implemented the first pay to ride, because my parents said I was no longer riding the bus because they were not going to pay for it. But maybe we need to look at that again. Just more options. I'm sure you guys have been going through all of it, but I just want to thank you so much. All right.
Thank you very much. All right, and that concludes our speakers for tonight. And next, that'll move us into our discussion or report items. The first one being the preview of building efficiencies and possible boundary alignment. Dr. Shivers, turn over to you.
Absolutely. We're going to go through and kind of look at what the focus areas will be for a zero deficit budget by the school year 28-29. Three of those areas are district and building efficiency and potential boundary realignment, Cowboys United, and looking at zero-based staffing and what that could mean. Before we go into the actual looking at those three areas, I want to have you take a look at these questions, and then we'll come back to the questions here once you've had a chance to kind of listen to everything too. But part of what we had looked at in our last meeting and then 2 meetings ago in early October, there was a question and the desire for a guiding principle, a North Star to say. And so as we begin to go into our decision-making process for this, I want to present to you driving questions for the district to use as we evaluate it, and then I'd like to come back once you've had a chance to kind of think of it a little bit, have some discussion if these capture everything or if there are some additional lenses we need to be looking through. But one question I want to make sure that we're asking every time we're making a decision when it comes to balancing our budget is, what does this decision result in for students? I want to make sure that we're using the lens of what does this decision do to program offerings for our students? How does this decision impact teaching effectiveness and success? And then what is the budgetary impact of this decision? As we go through this and we look at some of the plans for the future, we will be looking at efficiencies. So there could be a time where we come forward, and if you look at bullet point 2 there, like what does this decision do to program offerings for students? It could align some of those programs. So it could take out a duplication of something if we still feel that we can offer something for kids, but we would look through it for that lens of it. I also want to look at the very bottom question there. What is the budgetary impact of this decision? You're going to see in some of the right sizing for the class sizes and our efficiencies with how our buildings operate, getting everybody to a building level where we're operating much more at that ideal level of the mid 400s to 500 for our enrollment. There could be a time we make a decision to alleviate space from one campus that's experiencing overcrowding that does result in busing. So there could be an impact financially to the budget, but the overall impact that we would be looking at then is, do we add transportation, but as a result, we know we now have alleviated the need or crowding at a campus, and we also have right-sided, and our campuses are sitting more that consistent mid 400, 500 marker. So not every single decision that we make will result in a reduction to the budget. We're looking at it from the larger scope of what it actually means overall. So we'll come back to these and we can have some discussion about this in a moment. The three focus areas that we want to begin looking at, and then for reference point, when I say look at, remember the draft budget proposal of reduction is still what we looked at for the last meeting. So for those of you, you can go online, it's still posted there, you can pull that up, and what we're looking at is year 1 of that. And so we're looking at everything on there except for that one line that was a consolidation. So in accomplishing what we have set out there for that roughly $7.5 million, we're going to look at district and building efficiency, so evaluate sustained boundary realignment. We're going to discuss Cowboys United, look at zero-based staffing. And I want to note that the district's done an incredible job to date. 2 years ago, you already reduced staffing by 36 positions, and for this year, you reduced 69 positions. So the work that we're doing is work that you have been working on for a long time, and you have made significant progress. I don't want us to lose sight of that as we continue to move forward with this. One of the things that we want to look at is we want to ensure that the district facilities are used effectively and equitably. Analyzing our enrollment projections, the school capacity, our open seats, and we want to optimize the attendance boundaries. So in a moment, in a slide or two, you'll see that one of the things that we will be bringing forward for discussion, how do we find seats, students within our own district that can fill some of the classrooms that we currently have that have more open seats than others. So how do we take a campus, we're sitting at closer to 350 students compared to a campus at 650. We staff them very similar, especially with the co-curricular rotations and different things. How do we make that more equitable across the board? This is a reality of how inefficiencies impact campuses. So right now at our 10 elementary campuses, with the staff we currently have in place, we have the ability to have 573 more students in those seats. But because of the need for a fifth section or a fourth section, and then the open seats that that creates, we have the ability and we're paying for staff to teach 573 more students, yet we see that the budgetary impact of that, of not having those students in the seats, we are not bringing in over $3.5 million. So we wouldn't change staffing, looking at the efficiency, how do we get closer to that marker there? We also want to optimize our enrollment. One step in this is looking at each campus's enrollment. Two particular campuses that we're looking at to increase enrollment with current students in Coppell ISD are Lakeside Elementary and Mockingbird Elementary. We are looking at two multifamily complexes that currently are slated for Valley Ranch Elementary. And we're doing a study to see by grade, what does this impact, or how does it impact enrollment by moving students potentially from their currently zoned area to both Lakeside and Mockingbird. This represents a total of about 172 students in grades K through 5. So one of the things that we need to look at is the number of students that is then for each grade level, the current enrollment we have at the two campuses there, and what this looks like as far as the students that are represented in that 102 for their actual programming. So what services are they receiving from the district? Want to look at a balanced enrollment and reduce our overcrowding. We mentioned Valley Ranch Elementary in the last slide there to make it efficient so that we are using district resources efficiently and then keeping the focus on student success. And I think that's the piece that with the questions that I showed earlier, that's one of the pieces that we really want to look through is how do we utilize, how do we capitalize and make ourselves more efficient while continuing to have programmings and the opportunities that we currently have for our kids. So a timeline to look at in November, so the November 10th through 17th, utilizing our staff to potentially for the potential boundary realignment and driving the neighborhoods. We actually did this already. This has been done in November 11th through the 9th, and analyzing enrollment by campus, by grade for our elementary and secondary students. And so today we actually were looking at our elementary students as well. Last week on Tuesday, I had my very first meeting looking at what in particular for those two areas, what our numbers look at by student, by grade level for each of our elementary campuses. Last week on Tuesday, I received for the first time the matrix looking at our secondary numbers as well. And so we're currently in the process of analyzing that as well to see what it looks like as far as assigned sections to all of our teachers at a secondary level. Remember, we staff under the presumption that on our 9-12 campus, you'll be teaching 6 of those 8 classes. Yet when we do an analysis of something, when we look at it, how many sections do we not have assigned to somebody? So how many non-instructional sections are assigned to somebody? Obviously, with some of the duties that folks have, such as coaching, and within music and fine arts, there are going to be a few more than 2. But have we assigned even other responsibilities, and how do we capitalize that so that we have as close to that 6 out of 8 going on? We then, on the 15th, we are going to possibly present the boundary realignment for your board consideration. We can have some more discussion on that here in a second. In December through January, Cabinet and campus administration will identify potential district efficiencies, redundancy in services and positions. We're also going to take that time to evaluate partnerships for shared services and contracts. So do we currently offer a service? Do we currently have a contract with somebody? Is there somebody in the area that we could enter that contract with and get an economy of scale and a better price for that service? I'm not going to go into a lot of detail with Cowboys United. We know that Mrs. Brown is going to come up in just a second and tell us much more about that. But this particular piece of addressing our budget extends enrollment opportunities to our graduates, our legacy and grandparents. You passed those resolutions last time. It represents the district commitment to students, staff, and families. It extends choice programming to our current ISD students. We want to publish the open seats by choice campus and by grade, and we hope to get this notification out in the spring. I'm going to go through those last 3 steps with a little more detail. So we currently And we have students who may be going to Cottonwood Creek, and they'd like to have the ability, as you hear in a second, for Valley Ranch Elementary, Leader in Me. Never had the opportunity to complete a transfer here to go from Cottonwood Creek to an open seat perhaps at Valley Ranch Elementary and participate in that program. What we'd like to do is extend to our families who are here in our district. If there is a choice program we have, such as Leader in Me or the Challenge-Based Learning at Lee, or the House System at Canyon Ranch, or our IB program at Wilson, or DLI at Denton Creek, we want to extend to our parents who are in the community now the opportunity to attend one of those other campuses. Or, as we explained in our very first meeting with transfers last week on Tuesday, if for some reason you have always gone to Austin Elementary and you really want to go to Mockingbird Elementary, well then you could submit your transfer and have that be a possibility as well. To be able to do that though, we have to know how many students we have in seats and how many seats we have available. And so this coming up in February, we will then publish and put out for parents to see the seats that we have by program, by campus, and then by grade level as well. So we will leave seats open for our regular neighborhood enrolled students. So we know what to anticipate as far as growth based on what our demographers have given us. We will leave some seats open for students who would naturally attend those neighborhood schools like that, but we'd also like to extend that opportunity to our own families. We then would open it up to our legacy grandparents and then also our current limited enrollment students. So that is why getting the information done, getting the transfer process done, and the notifications to parents in the spring is so incredibly important. Our goal, what I presented to the committee, was being able to get these acceptances done preferably before spring break or by the end of March if possible. Based staffing, then we want to look and evaluate K-12, our staffing needs from the ground up compared to a baseline allocation. We also want to ensure that positions are allocated based on enrollment and on our student needs, and then align staffing and resources and the educational goals to optimize those programs. That's going to take time and understanding where we have openings. So looking at a timeline here, again, starting in November through early December, analyzing our enrollment by campus and by grade. During that same time frame, analyzing our current course requests, course duplications, and open sections. These are not course requests for the 26-27 school year. This is our historical data where we can see year after year, we have had anywhere between 30 and 38 kids always ask for archery. And we would think that we're going to have within that window of kids asking again for the same course. So it's using our historical data that we have there as far as what our course requests are. In December then, explore an option of an early resignation incentive allotment. This is something that was done in a neighboring district not very long ago. As they were looking to go through attrition, they were able to offer a small allotment to employees who are willing to turn in their resignations earlier and notify the district compared to waiting later in April or in May. And so what that looks like is you're really targeting your folks, your educators who they either know they're already moving, or in January they're well aware of the fact that I'm planning to retire. I just wasn't planning on turning my resignation until April instead, right? But they're still going to work through the end of the year. For whatever reason, it's a choice in our family. I want to stay home with my family instead. I'm not coming back. And so you're really trying to provide an opportunity for the district to become aware of who really is planning on resigning instead of waiting until April or May when we traditionally will get a lot of resignations or get more within that area. So we're going to study it. What we want to study within that is actually understanding, do we have information from a neighboring district where they can look back 2 years ago and say from January 1 until March 13th, right? 2 years ago, we received 10 resignations. But last year when we put the incentive allotment in there, during that same time frame, we received 45. We want to also look at a district that's similar in size and not a larger district Larger districts are easy to say that it's successful. They have far more people to pull from, though, too, to get the number that they're looking at. So we really want to look at a district that's comparable to us. If we see that it's something that could be beneficial, then we will bring that forward for a discussion. If not, this will be the last time you hear about it. January and February, we'd like to develop our projected campus staffing allocations. February through April, we want to identify our open positions through resignations, identify current CISD staff needing to be placed then, develop a comprehensive district placement list, and then assignments to those open positions and notifications would be completed. And so you see there, if for some reason the position you're in right now is one that we would be losing through attrition, our goal is by April that you would know which campus you're working at, what you're doing in Coppell ISD next year. And I say that with a goal. I think we all understand there are some times when there may be a difficult niche, a difficult certification, and so it may extend a little further than that, but this really is very important to us that our folks know where they're going to be. So that's very important that we get that done by April. Then January through June, budget workshops, you'll preview the budget, you'll review it, and then adopt the 26-27 school year budget. So let me go back.
Can I ask a staffing question
Sure,
before we go to the discussion questions?
Sure.
So last year, I have two questions. The first one is, since we have so many people's attention these days that may not understand the timing of how staffing works in a school district, could you just tell us, although I think the board knows, everyone's been through it except for Jonathan, the time of year that people are usually renewing contracts, letting us know what their intentions are for the fall?
Yep. So we try to make sure that we have all of our staffing completed, that we bring the recommendations for our renewals and different things to you beginning in February. We usually begin with administrative contracts, then that goes through to our teaching contracts in March. They're allotted X amount of time to either accept that contract or not accept it through just not signing or a different means if they want to. And then at that point in time, we pretty much know who is coming back for us. We do have the option to accept resignations in the summer if it's something where we can still fill that position, but otherwise we work off of that timeline.
Thank you. I know it's so different than almost every other industry, so I think that's important context for people. Then my second question is, last year when we consolidated Pinkerton and we moved DLI to Denton Creek, there was a process that we used for staffing for the people related to all of those programs and campuses. With us having made the decision that we have to consolidate New Tech to CHS, will their staffing process look the same as it did for Pinkerton and DLI last year, or will it be different under this model?
So I think and I've asked to try to make sure I truly understand the exact process that you used last year. And it's a little different in the sense of in the recommendations that are being brought forward and how we look at this through attrition district-wide, we're looking at our pre-K through 12 positions. So as we look to see where do we have a position that we don't fill, right, for next year, we're going to have educators that extend beyond just a campus. So now district-wide, as we've identified the positions that we're losing through attrition, if I'm the one who's in that position right now and my position gets eliminated for the 26-27 school year, then I will go on the placement list that you see here, and in order with anybody else within our district whose position is being eliminated. So the three of you may all be on different campuses, representing an elementary campus, a middle school campus, a high school campus, somebody at the district. We will all go on the placement list based on our years of service that we have within the district. If I have 42 years of experience and you have 1 year of experience, right? So the 42, and then it would go down in chronological order with that placement. Obviously, the position also needs to have the certification that goes with it. And so then people will be placed based on their years of service to the district, so the number of years that they're here, and then also where we have that opening. That is a little more comprehensive and a little more detailed than when we're just looking at one campus or two campuses. So it's very important that we honor and acknowledge the fact that if you have 30 years of service, your position though is one that we needed to cut. That yes, you do rank higher than somebody else's position that's on there. The thing that is different is we don't go back through our entire district though and reorganize everybody according to their years of service across the district. It's just the positions that are being cut.
And the natural attrition that we've typically had district-wide, theoretically, likely, we have spots for everybody. It may not be at a campus that they're at right now. It may not be in a class that they're teaching right now. But in theory, if everything lines up and the couple of hundred people that we typically lose in a school year happens.
Yes, so remember, I think it was last board meeting when we brought forward, and it was it was nearly 200 individuals, about 190 some individuals that we brought on for this particular school year. If you use that as your comparison, then when we looked at that data and that information, roughly half of those were non-teaching positions, and the other half were anything and everything that was not a teaching position in the district. You would look with the number that was on that sheet last time to say that, yes, we would feel that we'd be able to find somebody, or we certainly are going to try to find somebody a spot.
Okay, thank you.
And one other question to append to that, you also have staff that also have shown a desire to do other things, right, from year to year. So that's also captured, but not necessarily on this as well, right? So that plays into the discussion and decisions that are being made as well.
You're absolutely right, sir. Yep.
And I believe, help me out, Trustee Hill, I believe at some point that we did do an early retirement incentive, or we spoke about it, talked about it. I think it was only 1 year, and it would have been early on in my board service, so more than 6-7 years ago. That's pinging for me in some way, but I know we talked about it, and I thought we moved forward with it in 1 year, but I could be wrong on that. Sure. Do you remember? Am I wrong?
I don't recall it specifically, but I think we have had situations where there's been incentives at the state level that has taken place. I know when I first came on that people took retirement early. And I do remember that. So that was like really, really early on. I don't know, Dr. Shivers, if you remember that. So a lot of people, they opted out and then they took early retirement just because there were some administrative changes in the retirement process. That one I do remember specifically.
Trustee Walker, if that happened, it was before I was on, so it had to have been 9 or 10 years ago.
I know we discussed it in ELT, and I don't think everybody thought there had been conversations, to your point, but not that we had actually implemented. So we will definitely go back and make sure, though.
Since we're talking about just cuts and positions and things like that, I know there's maybe some angst or fear in the community about kind of what last month means and what we're looking at going forward. And so can you help make sure I'm understanding it correctly in terms of the zero-based staffing and the cuts that we're talking about? It's based on looking at kind of what our enrollment requires in terms of staffing going forward. It's not, we're getting rid of program A or program B in order to balance the budget. It's let's make sure we're staffing kind of appropriately for the number of students we have.
It's absolutely looking at that. It's looking at, like, right here. How do we, when we say we would like to expand for our legacy and grandparent, well, why? Well, because we know that with the current number of staff that we're currently paying today, we can technically take 573 additional students. And so how do we expand the opportunities to expand our own enrollment in the ways that you guys have requested and that you've given permission to do? And then how do we look at, and it's over here, I think, when you're looking at kind of that bottom area, redundancy of services and positions, how do we evaluate what we're currently offering and how do we streamline that so that it is efficient? So I'll use an example that I've used before within things, and we may offer a course that is an AP History 1 type course, right? For one particular niche little area of history. Well, we traditionally have 30 some kids who ask for that. On a massive campus schedule, we'll offer 2 sections of that because of conflict. Well, now we all know that if we've just staffed 28 and a half in each one of those sections, yet 32 students are being serviced overall, that's not a very efficient way to do it. So is there another history course, that's an AP history course, that students take in their 4th year or in their 3rd year that would still give a student the opportunity to get an AP credit in history and extend their learning? Do we move everybody into that course instead of offering all the splintered little differences? That's where you get some of these efficiencies. And so it's that. It's also being, you heard me talk about looking at our matrix earlier of how we have courses assigned to individuals. So it's looking and saying, if we see that in one particular area, if it happens to be in, say, social studies, we see over and over and over, we have 3 spots that are not assigned to an academic area instead of just 2. Well, how are we doing that? Why are we doing that? And then how would we streamline that? So instead of having 4 educators and we all have 3 openings instead of 2, can we do this with 3 educators and now you've just been able to reduce that one position, but you still offer the course, you still offer the program. Thanks.
I have 3 questions kind of around all of this and then a couple of comments. So my first question is, as we're talking, this is a response to what we did last meeting. And so my question is, what are you thinking? What is the administration thinking in terms of elementary campus consolidations in the future? We didn't really talk about that as we wrapped up last meeting. And so I'd like to know what you think about that. So that's my first question.
Yeah, let's start with that question. As many of you know, I also put a video out to our staff and then to our community too shortly after that. But at this point in time, I'm not coming forward with another recommendation for this school year, during this school year for the following school year for a consolidation. I'd like us to look at the options that are outlined there in that 3-year plan instead. And for now, I'd like us to table that conversation.
Okay, thank you. And then number 1, here's a broad question. Why do we need to equalize our elementary campuses?
So it goes back to this right here, right? When we look at how we create an efficiency or how we create some equity within that, please know and understand, it will never be 550 every single spot, right? Because you're dealing with neighborhoods, families, and so we're always going to have a discrepancy within that. But if we can, instead of on a campus where we have 670 students going to a specialized area for their co-curricular rotation, within that band of students as they go, whether they're going in mixed grade levels or by a singleton grade level, if you have 43 students going, like we do on some of our campuses, to this particular area, or you have 143 students going, the level of supervision and the number of people that you need is very different. So how do we offer the same choice program, right? The same selection of a program, such as music, PE, library, all of art, right? How do we offer that for all of our students, yet can we, by moving some of our students, not need 2 teachers in some of these different areas? And so that's one piece of it. The other piece of it is what you see here in your general education classrooms. So when you look at a sheet of paper, 18-to-1 and 19-to-1 sound very similar, right? But if you have 4 sections and you're allowed to have up to 22 individuals and 22 students within that room, that's 4 students in every single classroom for those 4 sections. Well, you can do the math, and with 4 at roughly $6,200 a student, 4 different times, that's 16, and we're not receiving funding for it. Even getting our classrooms closer to that 20 or 21 marker, right? We now have reduced, by filling in our openings, we've reduced some of that extra expense that we have there. And so every time we can have a building that operates at its designed or what we have paid for as far as its staffing, then we're operating with a higher level of efficiency, and it ends up either gaining enrollment and dollars for us, right? Or we operate more efficiently and we can reduce our expenditure.
It's a really good segue into my last question, which is, as you look at these things, what are the budgetary impacts that you would expect, that you're hoping to see?
So that goes back to, and I'll let you guys have some conversation on this too, but that goes back to this. So ultimately, in year one, on the plan, we're looking and we're needing to reduce around that $7 million, $7.5 million. If you take out a school consolidation, that's $1.2 million there. So perhaps closer to $6.5 million, right? But we have that range of what we know we need to reduce. So that is goal one. Goal two, though, is understanding in doing this, how do we protect the programs that we offer? How do we protect the opportunities that we have for our kids? How do we provide for our kids and for our families the things that currently make us the best school district in the county? This is an incredibly competitive area. And so making sure that we offer the same programming that's made us what we are today is very important as well.
Thank you so much for that. And I'll wrap up with some comments. And then, so first of all, I really love when we were talking about the enrollment and letting our open enrollment families know and that timeline. I heard a lot from the community, I think as we all did, that finding out 3 or 4 weeks where you're gonna, before school starts, where you're going to school, just did not make that feel like a stable and secure choice for people who would want to choose Coppell ISD. And so what I'm hearing you say is we're moving that time frame way up so that you would know more like March if you were going to a Coppell ISD school. Am I hearing that correctly?
Absolutely. And so when you see that timeline, I could click through the slides again, but you know what the timeline is, right? But when you see it and it says that March timeframe on there, the goal again, and remember, there's a lot of back end work that our folks have to do to be able to do this. And so I just want to publicly say to our team who is doing that work, thank you, because we have started 1 week already looking at this, and this has become what folks are spending a lot of time looking at and being able to support. So it's moving up the entire process of the system, the electronic system that we use to notify parents to accept transfers, and the goal would be that you would be notified prior to spring break.
Wonderful. And then my last question is a wonderful question that I've gotten a couple times this past week, which it kind of aligns with the budget work. People have come up to me and said, how can I give personally to Coppell ISD? We would like to make a donation. We have I don't know tax stuff, Diana Sircar, but we have end of year looming and we have to give or something. So my question is, can CISD accept donations from the public, and how would that work?
Absolutely. And Mr. Carr, if you'd like to kind of weigh in on that one.
Yes, absolutely. CISD can accept donations. And we could give a letter to a donor that said that they had donated to an educational institution. I might mention, though, that the mission of the Coppell Education Foundation is to support CISD. They are a 501c3 organization, and so a community member could donate to the CEF, and they could be provided with that donation receipt, and then the CEF could accumulate those donations and provide them to the district.
I've heard a lot of interest in helping offset, when people think, what can I do to help with this, the budget deficit, every little bit helps, and particularly with teacher and staff salaries. Like we would like to, can people give with that kind of designation in mind, general operating? How does that work?
Yes, you can, and that if it comes directly to the district, then we would put it in our general fund, which funds all of our salaries. If it went to the Coppell Education Foundation, then they would, as they accumulate those, if these are directed donations, directed meaning the spending has to be done on in a certain way on a salary, then that would be something that they would need to notify us when the funds came to the district.
Thank you. I just thought that was a great question. Wanted to air that, so thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. On that note, I mean, I think it's a great idea, but one question I have is, if you give a one-time donation for that, and let's say it was directed towards salary, that can only be used for like that bump, right? So then the next year, you would have to allocate or find that in other ways. So donating to something that would have a longer impact, or perhaps a fund or something like that that could run on interest, is that used?
Certainly, I think that the Education Foundation is working on creating an endowment. The endowment would be a large sum of money that would then kick off interest, which could be donated to the district and support certain things. It would be difficult for the district to target one person's specific salary with a single donation, because you're absolutely right that we wouldn't have that funding the following year. So.
Now we're back on this, the
Other
questions or
discussion?
I have a list. I don't know if you want me to go through it or if somebody else wants to go with theirs. So on the first discussion question, number one, I like that these are the conversations we're going to have over and over again as things come up, because as we all know, sitting up here, you know, while last week may have seemed like the big decision, the reality is we are going to be facing a myriad of big decisions and big discussions for the rest of the school year and multiple years to get where we need to go. So, so I like that we are going to have the same questions that we're going to answer every time. So thank you for providing that framework. On the first question, two things that pop in my mind immediately is, how are we going to measure what the results are going to be to students? And are there things we should be benchmarking now so that we have a baseline?
So when you look at, and programming would be one that you would look at with this question right here, but what does the decision result in for students? So we would need to be able to say, do students still have the ability to participate in a program, yes or no? If it's a no, then that would be, we're going to look at a different option to start with. Let's take the example of what we were looking at when we talked about kind of equalizing the numbers, our enrollment numbers for a campus. You could look at that and you can see, you know, what does this result in for students? Well, it would result in a different school, but it would result in a school within our community and provide two options of schools that are incredibly wonderful schools for kids to attend. So when you're looking to say, how do I quantify what this question means, it needs to be able to be flexible enough that we understand what we're trying to ensure, and that is that we continue the opportunities for kids, and that we understand that we're making decisions with a minimal impact to our students and as minimal as possible to our staff.
Okay. Which is a perfect opportunity for me to ask a follow-up question. In doing this, in evaluating the programs and campuses and offerings, let's just say offerings because it's not just programs. Absolutely. Is the district going to be able to look exactly like it does right now and us do these budget cuts? I know the answer, but you know the reality is, just because we decided not to consolidate a campus last meeting does not mean that everything is going to look exactly like it has, because I think it can't, but I'd love to know your thoughts.
So, you know, it doesn't look exactly like it did this year compared to last year, right? And we are in a spot where the reality is, no, could it look very similar? Absolutely, it can look similar. But we will not be able to, if you remember the chart that we showed you last week, where it shows if we do nothing, right now we're operating with about 86 more staff members than what we did the last time we were sitting at this enrollment number. Well, if we do nothing this year, next year, that is 200 and some more staff members compared to an enrollment nearly 10 years prior to that. And so, yes, things will have to look differently. I'll do a very real life example of positions that we're getting right now. As we get positions, you'll see that one of the positions that's posted for the district, it will be reposted, not as a director position, but as a coordinator position. Those are things where we evaluate, okay, can we still provide support? Is this still necessary for us to do this work? Yes. Well, then how do we provide support at a different level that is not as expensive for us to provide that support? Things will not look exactly the same, but our goal is to make sure that if it's a program, if it's a service that's needed, that then we deliver that in a different manner that is more cost effective to us.
Okay, I'm not often cheerleadery in these meetings, but here's what I'm going to tell you that gives me great confidence about that. I was thinking about the fact that when you were here was 10 years ago, when we are talking about eventually being about the size we were when you were last here. And we were a great district. And you were gone during our rapid growth and some of the crazy things, but the fact that you have a framework for what we looked like before that was incredibly successful actually gives me a lot of confidence in this staffing approach, in addition to the experience that you have had since you've left us. So I just wanted to publicly say that you know what we looked like, great smaller, and we can be as great as we are right now, smaller.
And Dr. Shivers, I had a couple questions too along the lines of the first question. Number one, the CBAS, right? You talked about CBAS. It went out in the communications for the Inform. You had the links in there. How does that align with all of these questions? Because I think one of the things is we do have a strategic plan. And I think that has been, and you talked about the North Star. I'm a big believer in the North Star. Where are we going? Whether it's one question or a multitude of questions that are central to the productivity of outcomes, productivity of having staff here and excited to be here. So how does CBAS play into these four questions, number one?
When we were looking at that zero-based staffing that you saw earlier, it really is the goal to align that staffing with CBAS and then with your Vision 2030. And so as we look through CBAS and Vision 2030, it's these four questions that allow us then to get more granular within that. So knowing the need for community, knowing the need for the academic programming, knowing all of those set pieces there, then if something is going to impact it, being able to answer this so that we actually understand, okay, now that we've gotten even more granular within that, when we come and we talk about it, what does this really look like to you guys?
And the second question, professional learning and development, right? So when I look at this, I'm always thinking about how do you support students? How do you provide an environment which staff wants to be in? How does that look? Because that's important in this, because when you look at decision resulting for students, I have to have the staff leading it. If I don't, then that changes the dynamics in maintaining the high academic standards that everybody want K through 12 or pre-K through 12.
Yeah, absolutely. So this full discussion came up in our executive leadership team meeting today when we were discussing positions that we currently have posted. And the reality is, if we are going to take something from a director role to a coordinator role, right? We also know and understand that the candidate pool that we then are looking at to fill that role is going to be different. Probably not as many years of experience or the same depth of experience. And so what that means, and what came up in our discussion today, is the realization of how important it is for us then to grow our own leaders within that, to grow and to work through and to develop folks within these positions that then have the leadership skills. Yes, somebody may come in with a little less experience, but then to really develop those leadership skills and to grow our individuals as well. So there'll be work from that professional development side that has to occur as we look at some of these changes.
Thank you.
I just sort of wondered whether the board had things to add to the list or not. I've put some thought into this, I guess, over the past few days, and I guess maybe a sub-component of that first one, what does the decision result in for students, for me, is what the impact has been on certain groups from our previous decisions and just sort of factoring that in terms of what the impact looks like going forward, just to make sure that we're not, I don't know, targeting the same groups who've been impacted in the past going forward. And I know some of that is subjective, just sort of factoring that into the decision-making process is something that I would appreciate.
Absolutely, I think it's important to bring up if, and we'll use Pinkerton and Wilson, when we look at, you know, you haven't heard necessarily how about moving families who are now at Denton Creek or at Wilson again. And so I agree with you, looking to see what does this do to our families now, but then what would any change do to them for the longevity through grades 6 through 12 as well. Absolutely.
Dr. Shivers, I really appreciate, you and your team looking into the efficiencies, at the, of course, at the budget, also staffing and programs and all that. I think regardless of, challenges, it is a good practice for a business to just kind of self-audit every now and then. So thank you for that. With the questions, my general thoughts are how are we going to measure, benchmark, progress, some kind of progress report. I know that it's not all going to be quantitative, but a mix of quantitative and qualitative survey. And I was also wondering that if we have something from the decisions made last year with DLI and IB, and also when we are getting ready to, move forward with change coming in with new tech, if we have a framework, something like these questions, just for us to kind of know every maybe 9 weeks or 6 months, I don't know, I'm not very picky about that, but some kind of progress report to kind of know, and also, include our lesson learned when we are getting ready to, with some big changes.
I think that progress monitoring piece, your benchmarking piece, is one that is, it's important, and it's important for us to bring forward as we're doing it little by little too. And so it's even as simple as, it's not as simple as that made it seem easier than what it actually is, but as basic as on a monthly basis, if we have made some staffing decisions and staffing variances, being able to bring forward to you, okay, we did a reallocation of this job description. This job description now is within this band of salaries, and so by doing that, we saved X amount of dollars, and we can show you a running total kind of even as we're making some of those decisions throughout the year here too. And then I think as we bring forward more of what our plan is, you could begin to see then, as we've identified, whether it's secondary positions, district level positions, just what that would look like, and the dollar amounts with them too.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I think I'll just have a comment and then a question maybe to how we would hear this information going forward, right? As we track in the, one of the line items here was different budget workshops and all. But maybe Jonathan, just a comment from what you asked about before in terms of like staffing versus programs. I mean, kind of the reality is, based on the 3-year plan that was laid out last meeting, like we're always going to do this, like this part of this work was always going to happen, right? Looking at how we're going to do the staffing piece, whatever. It's just that without the consolidation piece, those buckets get bigger in terms of what we need to look at kind of overall, like to make up the deficit as we kind of go along. And so that's my understanding of how this is all going to work, a little bit more comprehensive view of how this is going to work. And so as we need to be kind of aligned on the qualitative, quantitative factors here, as we start getting reports about how is this budget thing going to be implemented, what things are being worked on, and so that we have alignment as we're listening to what's going on to approve the budget, so we can give feedback almost in real time when those budget workshops happen. Is that?
I want to ask a clarifying question. So is what you're saying that the 1.2, let's just say that we didn't cut at last month's meeting, your interpretation is now that's going to be added to the staffing cuts?
Not necessarily, but I
Okay.
just know that that's like, if that's a year-over-year dollar figure that we needed to have in terms of the
Mhm.
budget, that's going to be, either we're going to realize that on the back end because now we have to do something about it, or is that something we can find in the interim? That's a number that's hanging out there that something's got to happen with.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
clarify, to make sure I was understanding what you were saying, Joby.
Trustee Raval, I had a lot of alignment as you were talking with what you were talking about. I think when I look at this, as I mentioned to you, Dr. Shivers, as a former teacher, I'm always asking, what are we trying to achieve? Did we achieve it? How do we know? And what do we do better? I mean, that's just a lesson planning cycle. And so that's what this is kind of saying to me. And when you talk about audits, Trustee Raval, I don't think it should be random audits or as needed. I mean, I think that's governance. Governance is saying, what do we want to audit? What do we want to see? How do we know when these things are working? And I think we're headed in the right direction with the way you are approaching this. One thing I think I might hear in the community, and I haven't yet, but as a result of this, are they going to say, okay, oh my gosh, are now my first grade classes all going to be 27 kids? Are we going to be pushing? So would you answer class sizes, particularly where we have those things in place?
So we also want to make sure that we retain our teachers that we currently have right now, right? So no, when you look at this does not change how we're looking at our staffing models right now. Our staffing models in elementary, unless you're looking at fifth grade or whatever, but are 22-1, and we're not looking to make a change within that across the board at all. When we evaluate where we are at a secondary model, a lot of times you'll look and you'll hear, and that's where you get these general staffing ideas of, we're going to do 28-1 or 28.5-1 on average per section for each teacher. That's where you're going to see the difference of, instead of looking at that necessarily, understanding how many sections do we truly need of something, and what does that result in for us as far as a need for staff, instead of going through and saying, okay, 28-1 or 28.5, and that means you have X amount of teachers, then make sure that those teachers go in and get everything filled. Instead, we traditionally need 42 sections of Algebra 1. Okay, well, how many teachers would we really need to cover 42 sections of Algebra 1? And looking at it from that lens instead.
Thank you. Just to clarify, before some elementary parents lose their minds, you didn't mean 28-1 at the elementary.
No, that's secondary.
Thank you. Just wanted to, I thought,
I'd
oh
like
boy.
to make sure
oh
that
boy,
we
people
go
are
on
going
record
crazy.
that is at secondary, that is a 9,
Algebra
12.
implied that, but so I just want to, I'm done with 2 comments. One, I like the balancing enrollment as much as we can on the campuses that we have. I think it creates equity for students, and I think it creates equity in workload for staff. So I'm in support of that. And in the spirit of what Trustee Ravel said, I'm wondering in December if we could just have a brief report on the progress the committees are making on the new tech work, and are we on track with the things that we outlined in the summer that we told families we were going to do during this transition. Just how are we tracking, and what gaps do we still need to close before all that happens?
And there's one, I guess when I ask one more time before we transition to the next topic, looking at this, we mentioned quantitative and qualitative, those are, if I read these questions, they're a little hard to pin down in terms of what's a quantitative measure for this particular number. We're relying a lot on the educational experience of our teachers and our staff to figure that out. Is there anything that here as a board is looking at? Is there a specific item that you would want to see here as a measure. I figure if you should think about that, if you don't think about it right now, at least let Dr. Shivers know and the staff know that there is an item that you would like, because that is one thing we don't want to do is like, after we've established the setup, we don't want to come back and say, somebody on the board and we'll be like, well, we should have thought about this, but, so we want to put that in there as they're doing the work to try to figure that out. So just wanted to, if anybody has anything right now, that's great. If not, send her an email.
Trustee Matthew, I think, that's a great idea. I think this is an evolution of a process because, we're talking concepts at this level. And I think to let this play out a little bit more before we get into specifics of that, because it could lead you the wrong way. I just came back from, my risk management fund board. We have a stewardship report. They had 10 measures. That was it. That was it, right? So, and it was essential to the business model. And I think that's where, out of this, hopefully we can get somewhere to that. But I think it requires a little bit more conversation and development from the executive leadership team and also the campus leadership team as well. I think it's important to have them involved in that conversation. I want to go to number 3, though, real quick. Impact teaching effectiveness and success, right? We talk about the classroom teacher, we talk about elementary and secondary, and I think delineating that is really helpful because, once again, when I'm talking to secondary educators, they have a different perspective on what the effectiveness means to them versus what elementary. And so is there a model that exists, or will it be a model presented to us that says at the elementary level, this is what the effectiveness looks like in terms of teacher and support? At the secondary level, what does that look like? Because going back to Trustee Bentley asking the question about class size enrollment, we know that you can be over 25, you could be 30, 35 in a classroom, and that could be okay at the secondary level from the state standpoint, right? But as an educator, that's a lot of students. And so just want to be clear in understanding what that model looks like from the language acquisition specialists, from our learning coaches, from our paraprofessionals, because when you hear numbers of scale and complexity, that looks different. You can have 30 in a class and you need a whole lot more support in one class than you do in another based on subject, et cetera. So just want to understand what that looks like from a model standpoint, because that helps me with the numerics and also the ask.
We currently will look at that with our staffing guidelines that we use for each of those campuses within different areas. We have that built out, but then also within program guidelines. And so there are times where we adjust what our ideal numbers are. And when I say programming, we can use GT programming, for example. What is the range, the band of students that we feel comfortable with one GT educator providing services for? Is it around 40 students, or is it we're looking for them to service closer to 60 students? What is that? And so we do have those pieces that we'll use to bring that forward. And there could be conversation that we have that when we identify through this, we can still offer this program, but it is going to look different. That student-teacher ratio is going to look a little different there in some of the programs. They're bringing that forward and having the conversation, but also being able to evaluate to say, but by doing this, we still can offer the program and we can still get to where we need to be financially. We're just going to have to deliver the services a little different. So we'll bring that forward.
Absolutely. And I'm thinking about MTSS when you talk about that, right? How do you do that and support them with fidelity, right? Because a lot of times we get these models and people may presume that, hey, yes, we'll reduce the staffing, but now the services are impacted, right? And the frequency that you can get those services and support. So thank you.
Joby, what you said, I like the idea of when the next thing is brought to us coming back to these questions and having a conversation again and clarifying as a group which ones have quantitative measures. And maybe that would be a good way for us to kind of test this with the first time since this is new.
No, that's exactly it. I think as much clarity as we can get as a group and then provide to the administration about what we're thinking, what we need to measure on. So then if there's recommendations or come back, because all of this kind of wraps into the budget, which we approve, right? So how this all feeds into it, we need to have alignment on around. So, okay. Is there no other questions? Then I think that'll take us to our next discussion
Actually,
report item.
I had one question outside of the kind of overarching guiding principle questions, and that had to do with the boundary realignment timeline. And I just wanted to see what the plan was in terms of publishing a potential map or just informing the potentially impacted families, students who might be rezoned, and what the timing looked like on that.
Absolutely. So, I believe it's a few slides back, but right here on my sheet, it's November 11th through the 9th, looking at that enrollment and then being able to, by the December 15th meeting, possibly bring a proposal forward. It doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be for action that evening, but just to bring forward what we could potentially look at. If we can do the work before then, if it is work that we have numbers for, we have, like I said earlier, we've already started looking at some of this. If we feel confident with numbers sooner than that, it could be that I request that we do a workshop of some sort to bring that information forward prior to a December 15th meeting too. It will just depend on, one, what we find out, if it's even a conversation we need to have. I want to be very clear right now, we're analyzing what that change could potentially mean. And I don't know if we'll be bringing something forward to you or not. I just want you to know we're looking at it.
I'm hearing you say, or what, and so correct me, Trustee Powers, is you want to have some time for community feedback before we vote, before when they see the boundary realignment, and then that we don't vote on it the same day that we see it, that there's some time for the community to give feedback. Am I correct in that?
If you want me to vote yes, I need some time in between.
I just want to piggyback on it, but also understanding the impact of decisions and the timelines that go with them, right? Because the compression of work on the staff, it becomes harder, right, to execute. So I think understanding the timelines, understanding the ability to implement, because once you say what you're going to do, then you have to deliver. And how do you deliver that with fidelity? So I think we have to understand the complete aspect of this, because one does not get you the other quite easily.
Correct. You're looking at something that could have an impact, that could potentially, it could have an impact on everything from transportation, and we're looking at that in December. We're not looking at that in September, and it has to be implemented then for the following school year. So we do need to do and complete this work and get a decision quickly on that.
Right, so then that will take us to our next discussion report item, the timeline for the Cowboys United plan.
Good evening, board. I'm Angela Brown, the district's Chief Communications Officer, and I'm here tonight to talk to you about Cowboys United. If you remember when we launched and began talking to you about this program quite a while ago, it had several components to it, and so I want to go through each of these components tonight and talk to you about the timeline in each of the chunks. I'm going to chunk it tonight. So we're going to start in the data collection for retention and recruitment section. And that work is happening right now. So the community survey launched November the 4th. It's currently live. We are accepting responses now. We will have a postcard that is being mailed. It's going out this week to every home in the school district, and there are questions for all stakeholders. On November the 7th, that was a first date of multiple focus groups to various stakeholders, charter school, private, homeschool, potential and current parents. And then we have additional dates set for additional focus groups. And I'd like to take a minute to clear up some misinformation out in our community. There's some information floating around that we held one focus group. We didn't. We held multiple focus groups. And we had parents in those focus groups that were current charter school parents, private school parents, homeschool parents, and some that were current CISD families that are looking at those options. We had some families that were, that were not yet their future Coppell ISD parents, and some that were definitely current parents in Coppell ISD. And it's been a thing that we've done for many years to do stay interviews where we talk to our current families because we have to identify the push factors and the pull factors. And so I wanted to clear that up, that we had multiple focus groups and that we have more scheduled. As we move forward, in January, we're going to have the Cowboys United Summit, where we're going to bring together for design days and really look at the key metrics to measure this initiative and the effectiveness. We've got to get all of the data first, pull it together, and then really develop that. That's coming in January. And then we will bring you a lovely report. Any questions on that first part?
I have two questions.
Please.
The first one, how are we reaching families that are residing in the school district but are either not enrolled or they are retirees to get their input in this part of the process?
So we are asking everyone to share the information in any and every way we can, and then we are mailing to every home in a postcard with this information. We know that not everybody reads all of their mail, but it is difficult to reach every single one of our homes, but we have made that effort to reach every single home in our community.
And then maybe you tell me if this should wait for another section, but where and how do you want the board members to either push in or help?
We will get to that.
Okay, I'll sit tight.
Remind me, we have an outside consultant company helping with this. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Definitely. Engage to Learn is the company that is helping us to run specifically the data collection and retention portion of this. And so they are the ones who led the focus groups. They are leading the future focus groups. They're the ones who will be running the summit and are really the ones who will help us then to identify the key push and pull factors and those metrics. They're going to be leading the design days, all of that work for us. They've done this in several other districts who have been successful with kind of recruitment, enrollment projects. And so that's why we're using Engage to Learn.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Next section. The next section is really about choice. And so we have lots of current choice options, and we've talked about some of those tonight, some that you may not think about often as choice. We always hear about IB, we hear about DLI, we hear about new tech, but we do have special programs at a lot of our campuses that families would consider choice. And so we will continue to celebrate and honor those as we move through Cowboys United and really talking about all of those. In the fall semester, our team, so those of us behind the scenes, we're going and visiting lots of different schools around the DFW area that are successful in recruiting students. So we had our first tour last week. We have several others set up to see what have they learned through the process, what's worked, and then what hasn't worked for them, so that we can use their knowledge and their expertise to other schools that have been successful, or maybe they haven't been successful. And how can we learn from them? And as we develop not our current choice programs, but then future choice offerings. In the spring semester, we're going to be reviewing our current offerings and choosing specific programs and opportunities for implementation in 27-28. And then in the summer of 26 and in the 26-27 school year, we'll be planning for the implementation of any of our new choice programs. So more information as we really dig into the choice pieces.
I have some questions in this space too. So when we talk about what is the difference between an opportunity and a specific instructional program, like the difference between like Great Expectations and Leader in Me, for instance.
It's a little tricky sometimes when we use the word program a lot. That's one of the things that we've talked about. And so when you're thinking about it, sometimes it may be something that one individual may call an instructional practice. Some may say when you're looking at project-based learning, well, that is an instructional practice within that. But it could be a program if you have holistically a whole campus involved in something. So that's kind of the variance a little bit within there when I think about Leader in Me, because within Cynthia Arterberry's journey with her campus, within that to become a lighthouse campus, there were a lot of steps that were involved within that implementation. There was actually too working with the outside company, going through that audit process, talking about how the learners were setting specific goals, not only for themselves, but thinking about that holistically. So when you're thinking about that programmatically, it's looking at a more expansive kind of piece within there, but you could still have select opportunity. So opportunity, program, choice, whatever you want to call it, we want to make sure that we have the absolute best offerings within Coppell ISD. And just like Angela had mentioned, we're looking at, are there some other things that are out there that we're currently not necessarily branded with that could also be a really good opportunity within the district? So opportunity, program, choice, whatever it is, we're going to have the absolute best. And if we don't have it and we think that could be a really good driving force for our parents and families and community and staff, we want to bring something in.
Thank you for that. And that is also a really good question, leads to my next question, which is, how are we using those outside entities that you mentioned to help us in this work? So for example, IB has a whole outside, the New Tech Network, it's all, it has everything. How are we leveraging those relationships? So for instance, when we ran into Stephanie Baddock who now works for the New Tech Network, she said, I have a school in Indiana that's a school within a school that works amazingly. And we know what works and what doesn't work. And I'm like, well, Coppell ISD needs to know that. How are we doing that? Are we asking those questions? Are we using those outside resources, IB, New Tech, Great Expectations? How are we using that to help us in this work?
I can give a quick example just on the New Tech piece right there, because I was visiting with Zane the other day. We actually have a small group that is going to that particular Indiana school to be able to see in person some of that. And that really is that campus experience. Now, mind you, we can't travel all over the world and all the different things. There's budgets involved, but they were able to carve that out of their campus funds and be intentional with their PTO on supporting that for a select number to be able to go and see. Because I think seeing things in person, having those conversations, making sure that if we see, once again, like Angela had mentioned, somebody is doing something very well, what can we learn from them? And how can we also collaborate in the future when you're thinking about building your program or opportunity?
Does that help?
Yes, that was good reassurance, I think, of making sure that you guys can't do this alone, right? And so really using these outside entities because they see stuff at a nationwide level to help us implement here at Coppell ISD. And so what I'm hearing you say is, yes, we are doing that.
We are. And Dr. Brooks is really helping to lead a lot of the work in this particular area. Anything else? Okay. So let's talk a little bit about open enrollment, choice programs, legacy, and grandparent enrollment. And you've heard a little bit about this tonight. So the big kind of information lift that we're doing right now is moving that transfer piece, whether it's intra or inter-district or from finding out the window in the late spring, finding out in the summer, heavy lift, moving that all the way so that every family will find out before spring break. It's a heavy lift for our team, but we're doing it and we're going to be successful, and that will help the whole program be successful. So I'd put early spring. So before spring break, we would like to make sure that we have the new open enrollment areas brought to you so that you can see the areas that we're considering. We've already driven those areas. We are collecting that information for you, and we'll be bringing that to you. So that families that transfer, so if they transfer their current students and they transfer to another campus, that we take care of those families first, and then we take care of the other families. So whether that's legacy, grandparents. So we will open the window, they will find out, we will look at their application. It will be on first come, first serve basis. And we will publish a list like Dr. Shivers explained. We have this many classrooms, this many spots, and when those are full, they're full. And so we'll have that master list, and we're going to be working on that process. That's a little bit of a change in how we've been doing it. So the heavy lift is really building that process and making those adjustments. Any questions in this area?
A huge amount of our open enrollment are our staff.
Correct.
So how does staff work in with this?
So if they're a current staff member, they're built in the system. So think about current, that's really re-enrollment. That's different. That's going to happen. That happens every April. Just kind of take that out of it. If they're a new staff member and they come to us and they want to bring their children, we have a way that we can offer that for them. So yeah, we'll continue to
A
offer it like
similar
we'll.
timeline. Yeah, okay.
In this same space, Ms. Brown, the people, how do we help the limited open enrollment people,
Mhm.
regardless of the category,
Mhm.
feel celebrated?
Mhm.
I'm assuming this is in your purview now, so I
Mhm.
suspect it's going to be more customer oriented than
Mhm.
maybe I have heard it has been in the past.
Mhm.
Will there be an opportunity for them to go visit a campus or visit their future campus in the spring before school releases to keep them enlisted and engaged and excited?
Yes, and it's the next couple of bullets. You're
Oh my
about to have
gosh.
that right
All
there.
right.
So just
We're
pay attention. It's
Okay.
coming.
Thank you.
Yes. Anything else in this section? Because this leads me into engagement activities. So currently November, December, we are developing the Cowboys United team. That team training will be December the 4th. The vision of that is that we will have little Cowboys United teams out all over our community, engaging in activities, helping to share the great news. And those activities will happen, really, I should have just put all year. So winter and spring, they're just going to be doing it. We currently are doing some future cowboy engagement activities. We had our Cowboy Pumpkin Play Date October the 24th, super fun, great success. We have a Santa Play Date coming up December the 15th. We have lots of the little libraries happening. Check out all of those. We have them listed on our website. They're happening the fall and winter. We just had our first Little STEAM creator activity at Cottonwood Creek, November the 14th. And we're going to continue to have lots of those activities for families who have children not yet in school, so future parents. And then in January, we're going to have what we're calling Every Voice, Every Block. You're going to hear more about this in the coming month. And really, that's think of old school block walking. So every voice, every block, we're going to be walking. So get our tennis shoes, all of you, get involved. Get your tennis shoes ready. Start getting on the treadmill now because you're going to be doing a lot of block walking, all of us, and knocking on doors and talking to every family. So that is coming in January, depending on the weather. We'll see how that goes. Okay. And then winter, spring, we'll have we're going to have lots of Cowboys United engagement activities for recruitment and retention. So we have lots of things planned, including we're going to have during School Choice Week, we're actually going to do it the week leading into School Choice Week. I mean, I think we take back School Choice Week, which is really a week for schools. We take back the ownership of School Choice Week and we make it our own. And so leading into School Choice Week, we're going to do a school choice fair. And so we're going to let all of our campuses shine and show off the great things happening and all of the programs and opportunities. So we're excited for that. We're in the planning stages of that right now. And then in the summer, we are going to be continuing. So if you notice this, now, winter, spring, summer, we're going to be engaging our families. So if they enroll with us and they're new before spring break, they're going to be invited to lots of fun things all the way through. We're reinventing how we do Kinder Roundup. We're reinventing how we do middle school open house. We're reinventing how we do all of the things that we do and really looking at it through a marketing mindset. We've had all of those conversations in the past, well, some of them today, and some of them, the past couple of weeks. So just really looking at how can we turn our events into great marketing engagement activities where families feel welcome, they can learn lots of things. So stay tuned. I would say board members, come to all of those things, please. Yes.
Good question in this space.
Always.
So on the block walking, for instance, there's a group that I'm involved with as a private citizen called Communities United that launched the beginning of this year to get our community engaged in advocacy work and advocating for our district. How would a group like Communities United, which is a great place to learn about school finance,
Mhm.
get plugged in to participate like in the Every Block activities?
So they can email info@coppellisd.com or my email, abrown@coppellisd.com. And we are going to have kind of an application online
Okay.
for if you want to be part of the Cowboys United kind of team. And so that's coming. We're in the development process of that. But right now, let me know. For the block walking in particular, I'm going to need everybody that wants to be involved because we're going to basically divide up the entire district, and you're going to have you're going to have all the swag you need, all the information you need, and you're going to have your little map of your area, and you're going to walk and do it. So, and you'll have a team. So we're planning that now and figuring all of that out. So I need lots of team leaders and lots of walkers.
I know you dream big, so in a
You know I
perfect
do.
world, how many people would sign up to Block Walk?
Oh, I'm going to need hundreds,
And like 400?
at least.
Okay.
In all, like in sincerity, when you
I
asked
am
earlier, what is
sincerely
your-
asking,
your,
yes.
your push with this, that is.
That is it.
Our community has come, you've offered, you've said you're willing to, and this is where we need your help. So
Yep.
all of those, the wonderful emails asking me, how do we get involved? Sign us up to do that. This is what we're talking about. Sign up the application, go in there. We'll get the time. We won't send you out completely on your own without some bullet points
We
and
won't.
some different things to do, but this is where we need your help.
We'll have the initial team training kind of for our team leads on December the 4th. And then from there, we will have a specific training for every voice, every block, so we can get everybody kind of ready to go for this big event. And everything's happening in January, I feel like. So
Mhm.
check in on me on February 1st.
So, Ms. Angela Brown, before you
Yep.
jump too far ahead, I like the engagement activities. I know that that's one of the things that the North Texas Area Association of School Boards is going to be talking about on Wednesday
Yep.
in that regards. And so that is really, really helpful. Also, Tiffany Dunn Oldfield is, I know who you know her, is, I was with her this weekend at my risk management fund, and we're talking about the same thing, right? So I like the layers, and I think that is the thing that really, really will resonate, because a lot of times, as been said since the beginning of this meeting, people have said, I didn't hear about this, I didn't know about this, I didn't understand that. I think this level of engagement increases that exponentially, right? And to Trustee Bentley, I think 400 number is probably too low when you think about that.
I agree.
Trying to get her to
But,
get specific, Trustee Hill.
but that'll grow over time. So I have complete confidence in what Ms. Brown does in regards to this. Also, how does this look like the things you've done in the past? I know you've come from in your prior working experiences outside of this district, you've done a lot of these kinds of things. How does that mirror, and what looks different than what you did in the past?
I mean, I came from a much larger district where we had multiple, we had 3 times the number of campuses. But these were, in essence, very similar, engagement activities. We're all at the heart of it. We need to build relationships with and engage our families and all of our stakeholders, whether they have children or they don't have children. If they reside in our school district or they reside in one of our limited open enrollment areas, we need to, to develop that relationship with them. And that's at the heart of what this is. I think it's important that we look at each of our kind of stakeholder groups and how are we engaging and what does that look like. And so I think that is what the framework that I bring from my past experience is how do we engage with the real estate agents? How do we engage with the over 65 group? How do we engage with the grandparents? How do we engage with each of those groups so that we can build that lasting relationship? And I think we've been successful, and then we have room to grow, and we're implementing a new level. I've seen every voice, every block work in some very large metropolitan areas. I know of a school district in another state that implemented in a very large area and saw great success. It's always been one of those things in the back of my mind. I have not done it in the previous district, but I did it in a little different version, but I've always been there. And as we were launching Cowboys United, this really was my first thought, is like, this is what the time and effort that we need to put in is to do this. So here we are, we're going to do it. So we need everybody. It's going to take us all. Uh-oh.
I got the same mic
There
you
it is.
got.
I switched it when you weren't done.
I appreciate it. So this looks similar to the process and thought process Jamie Vollmer had in Schools Can't Do It Alone, right?
Yes, it is.
And Trustee Bentley and I, going back to the summer of 24 when we were in San
Yeah.
Antonio, that is the thing that he talked about, and that is the call to action, right? So I think when I listen to your comments and what you're rolling out, that is totally in line with Jamie Vollmer and what he encourages us to do. So if you haven't read the book, you need to read the book. Schools Can't Do It Alone, but he is a legend in doing it because he's been doing it for 20 plus years
He
now.
sure has. He truly has set the mark on how to do this. And yes, the first year I did it, I used his plan, and that was what if that was, I don't even know, in the early 2000s, and have really refined that over the years to a place where we know how to do that and how to build the sense of community. We have a great sense of community in Coppell, and how do we all come together to support the school district? That's at the heart of what this is about.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Why don't you go, please?
I have a question and a comment. So thinking about all the choice options that we already have in the
Mhm.
district, and you might have already talked about this, but what is your vision about showcasing that, especially, and I'm not thinking just elementary, but also middle and high
Yes.
school?
So I have a grand vision. And so Dr. Shivers hasn't even heard all of this yet. So here it goes. I think every campus and every program extracurricular that wants to showcase gets the opportunity. And when I've done this in the past, which I have, you know, we filled an entire high school. Every classroom, every gym, every space was filled with not just like a table, but activities. So, the robot clubs of the multiple ones each had gym space to show, and you show and you do and you bring in. It's like a giant carnival. We are celebrating all of the things that we have to offer. So imagine that. So we're going to try and do that. Don't freak out, staff
Yeah.
members, yet. I have a plan.
Yes, I am thinking because I had a couple of questions from just talking to some of my neighbors. They were wondering about how can they find out, like how can they find what's a good fit?
Yep.
And that family was thinking about IB or DLI
Yep.
or Leader in Me.
Yes.
So just to kind of help them, find that good fit.
And that's why we're doing this early in January before any of that transfer window is open, so that you can be informed when you're making a decision. If we did this later in the year after, it wouldn't make sense. So that really is why it's important that we do this now, and we really allow our campuses the freedom and flexibility to showcase what matters to them and what's important to them, what makes each campus unique. And so I think that's at the heart of what the school showcase is about, is what makes that campus unique and what is special to them, and let that campus decide that and showcase that.
And my comment is, we always had and have multiple opportunities for families to engage, with their campuses or sports or fine arts and all that. But I think this is kind of meeting people where they are. It's a huge undertaking, but at the same time, I think this is something, and we've talked about that there was that gap, and I think this is a great plan.
We're trying
Thank
to
you.
fill that gap.
Yes.
If you'd like to host a local pop-up popsicle party in your neighborhood, let me know.
I will email you about that, actually.
Your neighborhood is for sure my neighborhood
Yes.
I'm targeting.
I want to say thank you very much already as you're doing this planning and the work, and for the staff and the administration anyway for this. I think the phrase "every voice, every block" is the one that really resonates me from this. Without every single corner of this district like leaning in to engage, then we won't fully realize this effort, and also just it'll revitalize everything that we need. Like we have a very diverse culturally district, and then it's just like any kind of organization, right? Your culture is the one that survives it, and this effort will galvanize our culture to every block in the district, and hopefully fire up all our families with the Cowboy Prize. So thank you very much.
I want to piggyback on your comment. I think the biggest thing too is once you started, the synergy is there, right? Because I think what's happened over the years is that everything is dependent on the administrative team to be the energy and catalyst to drive everything. I think in order for these things, efforts to really have sustainability, people have to get on board and up to speed and be the catalyst to drive this, right? Because it has to be both interchangeable, right? It can't always be Angela Brown and her team, Dr. Shivers and her team leading it. It has to be us being a part of that, because if we're always the ones asking for things to be done, then we're not getting up to speed like we should, right? And so as we move forward, once this thing takes off, which I believe it will, it could be a model for other people to say, hey, this is what public education has always been, and for everybody to know what it is, not only when you just moved here, but all the way through from whenever you moved in here to the present day. This is what public education is and continues to be, and the impact it has not only here on the individuals, but the economy, the community as a whole.
It's the strength of our community.
You saw me as I'm looking at you. My eyebrows are going
I know.
insane because
I saw it.
I love this. And also, y'all were number one in Dallas County. I mean, we're already showing what exceptional public education has, and it's still not enough, right? And so I think my two big thoughts are, I'm seeing Cowboys United as a mindset shift, that we have to be customer service oriented, right? We have to remove all those obstacles to engagement. And I think all of the timelines, just the basic process seems like a low hanging fruit. Yes, we have to compete at the timeline. So when I think of Cowboys United, these are the two things I think of. Number one, it's a customer service, it's a mindset shift. And then number two, which I'm not hearing a lot about, but I know is coming, is what are we not doing that people want? I mean, we hear low tech, right? I've been banging that drum for a while, but it doesn't matter, again, what Lee Walker thinks. It's what all these people think. And so I am really hoping to hear, as a part of what Cowboys United is what are we're rocking the choices that we have. And yes, we need to tell people more about what those are. But where I am extremely curious is what are we not offering that people want? So when I think of Cowboys United, that's my the two things. Secondly, back to that, we are the choice.
And I think that's really that data collection piece is going to share that with us. I mean, within 1 hour of the survey opening, we had 367 people fill it out in 1 hour. So they're out there, they're telling us, and so now we have to take that information and then we have to act. You as a board and us as a district have to act. So I think you're right. That's, they're speaking, and we need to listen and then to put into action.
So a clarifying question. Oh,
the hope for that is when you see that spring semester for implementation of 27, 28. So to begin to look at that data then as it's coming in, to take the time to actually develop what some of the options are. We hear requests to pilot different programs, but to understand what that looks like to build something out and develop a plan, it does take more time. We also submitted our LASSO Cycle 4 grants today and allocation for things that we could begin to look at that are not for the next school year, but provide the opportunity then for 2 school years. So that's why you see that time frame down there with an extended time period for it.
Thank you. So we can implement it with fidelity. I think that's the key piece of it. Last one, marketing. So we have a landing page. We have lots of information about Cowboys United. We have the billboards live. Our first postcard is being mailed now. You will start to see banners pop up all around on our campuses and in other places. If you live at a corner of a major intersection, please let me know, because I have a billboard, well, banner I'd like to put in your yard. Please let me know. It might possibly say so-and-so elementary ranked 1, so-and-so charter school not ranked 1, ranked 57. So if you live at an intersection, please let me know. So I'm begging, or if you know someone who has some property, we want to do it the right way, but so we are looking for that. So those are going to pop up. Every campus has one, because every campus is outranking and everybody around us. So every campus has one, but then we have extras that we want to start putting all over. So you're going to start seeing these pop up pretty quickly in the next couple of weeks. I'm looking at Naveen. So in the next couple of weeks, where those will start popping up. Then in December, our second postcard will go out with our email message about our updated niche rankings with our learning walks. We'll have another one going out in January about our enrollment timeline and reminder of choice options in Coppell ISD and the competitive advantage. Then know that October through April, we currently have social media marketing happening for new tech for choice for Cowboys United, but that will continue all year long. We're going to ramp it up as we get into the timeline when we'll launch the application. So we're going to ramp that up. Then we will have another postcard that goes out in April, just in case we didn't get you. We're going to try again. And then in May and June, we're going to continue to talk to them, because there are some families who may make later decisions. And we know that we've watched the trends on when some families are making decisions. And so we don't want to put all of our eggs in the basket before March. We want to continue to have those conversations ongoing. So we have it kind of mapped out how we're going to do this. The summer ones will be about summer engagement opportunities, play dates, lots of fun things to engage our families. So we have a pretty robust plan mapped out. This is including, so our new tech stuff is all inside of this. So it's happening right now. So we're working with that campus as we're launching those different pieces. It's all wrapped together, making sure that we're celebrating the great things that are happening in our school district. We currently have our billboard, but the next version of that will launch in about a month and a half. So we're about a month in. So so that will be changing pretty regularly. We have that booked at least through April, and then we will see how that goes. So any questions on kind of our marketing piece?
On the banners,
Yes.
if I know somebody who lives on Sandy Lake who's generally cooperative, how long might I be asking them to have that sign in their yard?
However long they are willing to give me, I will take it.
Okay, so a month?
They
6 weeks?
face, what direction is that? Never eat south. If they face like the eastern side towards another charter school, I just need some
Okay.
property there.
Okay, so 6 weeks? A month?
Please,
Okay.
whatever they're willing to give me.
Okay.
And if you know anybody down south towards the other charter school, let me know. Anywhere. Any other questions, friends?
Quick question in terms of third parties, right? I mean, there are some organizations. One comes to mind, Scott Milder and Company.
Sure, definitely.
So are those things a part of this conversation as well, or?
For sure.
Okay, all right.
For sure. Friends of Texas Public Schools is definitely a friend of ours. So, they're helping fight the fight on the state level. And so we for sure support that work, because they are fighting the charter school movement across the entire state and doing the heavy lifting for our whole state.
Okay, great. Thank you. Because I run into Scott periodically, so that's the reason I asked that question.
Okay. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right, I think our next item on our agenda will be our consent agenda. So does anybody have any item they would like to pull for separate consideration?
Secretary Matthew, I move that we approve consent as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Trustee Bentley, seconded by Trustee Hill. to accept the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Okay, that will move us to our next item, which is to adopt a resolution for the Coppell ISD to cast its vote for the 5th member of the Board of Directors of the Dallas Central Appraisal District.
So, Trustee Matthew, I was looking through the list of names. I recognize a couple people on here. And so I was just kind of curious in terms of if anyone else, recognizes any of the names on here. I recognize Kevin Carbo, and I also recognize Marion Hamilton as well.
Ben's the only one that I know on the list.
Okay. And Marion is in Lancaster ISD, and I've met her over the years and had great conversations with her, and as well as Kevin Carbo. We go back since I've been on the board, and so I know both of them. But know Kevin better, but I do know Marion as well, and they both have been solid and consistent advocates for public education, and also would be, I think, great members on the board. I know that there are multiple positions being elected as well. So,
Are you saying that you think we should split our votes between those, Anthony, or what are you saying?
my recommendation would be to split the votes half and half between the two, because they're sizable enough. They're 46 votes, be 23 each.
I have no problem with that. If anybody else doesn't have it. So if not, I guess we can entertain a motion on that.
It up. I would more than happy to do that. Let's see. I move to sign Coppell ISD Board's 46 vote split between Kevin Carbo for 23 and Marion Hamilton for 23 each.
Second.
Coppell ISD Board to split its vote for the Dallas Central Appraisal District. Kevin Carbo, 23, and oh man, this is killing me. What was the second name?
Marion Hamilton.
Marion Hamilton for 23. That's been seconded. All those in favor? All right, motion passes 6-0. All right, that will finish up our action items for today, and let's go to our discussion and report items. Trustee Walker, you're first.
Thank you, Trustee Matthew. I'll start with the SLAC committee, which is the School Library Advisory Committee, met on November 11th at 5:30 in the admin building. Trustee Ravel and I both serve on this committee, and at that time it was led by Community Chair Angie Mahalik. You might recognize that name. She's a former West librarian, and a husband of former city councilman. She leads that committee very well, and what everyone did was review. It's a combination of librarians, stakeholders, and parents that review all new titles to make recommendations to bring to the board. And this is new in that if it's new at all. So, for example, Charlotte's Web, obviously not a new book, but if it has a new ISBN number because it's been republished, then it has to go through this whole process yet again. Let's say you have a title that's been in the library, however, it's now an ebook. Well, that's a different and unique number, so it too has to go through the process. So if you can imagine, each librarian, and this is before it can go into the hands of the student. So I think as we were talking, I think it's about, Trustee Raval, about what, 2 to 3 months before when a librarian or a student requests a book for it to actually filter its way through this process. But the SLAC is the way that happens, and then they'll bring us recommendations. Okay, any questions on that one? Grateful for their service. And then also, Trustee Raval and I also serve on the CBAS Advisory Council meeting, which we had on November 6th, again at the admin building at 4:30 p.m. It was led by Angela Brown, facilitated by Cooper Hilton as well. And fascinating because they brought forward examples CBAS pillars. I had every single school, and Mrs. Brown, correct me if I'm saying this wrong, brought forward every school, gave examples of a pillar that is happening in their school. And so Ms. Brown presented that to the advisory committee to see, what resonated, what popped, what questions they had. I think there was some very robust discussions about what people felt like really landed and what didn't. And that was that meeting. Trustee Bravo, do you have anything to add to CBAS advisory?
At all.
Okay. Well, that being said, that concludes my reports.
Thank you very much, Trustee Walker. Trustee Hill.
All right, Trustee Matthew, I'm going to go through this quickly, but I do have several items. First, and I'm going to reverse order, the TASB Risk Management Fund Board, we meet quarterly. So we had our meeting last Thursday and Friday in Austin. We have a work session and then we have committee meetings. So on Thursday, the work session had two topics. It was the discussion on implementation of a board self-assessment policy. So we have an attorney involved. Anytime you have an attorney, you make sure that policies are going to be done correctly. And so we've done that. We had a special committee to convene to look at that, and the board agreed to put a policy in place. And so we've moved forward in that discussion out of that. The second thing that happens in the November meeting, we have what they call a stewardship report, and that is really a self-assessment by the fund of themselves. And it was for 24-25. There are three major goals for the 24-25 year. It was continued financial strength, membership retention and growth, and excellence in service delivery, with a total of 10 indicators with targets. And so those targets had a range sometimes. And so of the 10 targets, 9 of the targets were met or exceeded. One of the targets that was not met was barely missed. And so as a board, we were like, that's okay, right? I mean, you've done a phenomenal job. And that report was a phenomenal report of the work that was done by the Risk Management Fund team, led by Mary Baird, who is the Associate Executive Director for that. Then our Claims Committee, which I, the vice chair for, but I chaired this one because the chair could not be there. We discussed the notable claims. This included things like accident and health, legal liability issues, lawsuits, and transportation, right? So any accidents that may have occurred, things like that. Also, we received a report of external claim audit by Praxis Claim Consulting. One of the things when you have like a risk management group, you do a lot of claims. And so you have to be audited by an external entity. You can do the internal work like many people do, but it was a major initiative for 24-25, and a large sample size of claims were reviewed for following industry practices and in the fund's claim handling guidelines. And so excellent report done there. So since Coppell ISD is a member of the Risk Management Fund, all of these things are applicable. So when you're going out and you're dealing with them, I just wanted to assure Dr. Shivers, you have a high caliber organization doing work on your behalf, and anytime they run into any issues, they go to resolve them with fidelity. We also discussed the unemployment compensation claims between October 24 and September 2025. There were cases of fraud identified. Guess what? When you have technology involved, things can occur. And so they work with the Texas Workforce Commission in relationship to that. So they're doing due diligence there because they saw a spike in claims of 50% filed between July and September compared to typically 20 to 30% of annual claims filed in that third quarter. So when you see that, obviously that's a red flag, and then you go and you do your analysis. We have several CFOs that are part of the Risk Management Fund, and they would tell you, say, yes, we do our due diligence. The biggest area where you always have concern is that the smaller districts, as you know, as superintendents and staff members, when you have small districts, you're doing multiple roles, and sometimes the roles are so overwhelming, things like this can get by you, and then you need a second set of eyes to support you in that regards. We also discussed the large claims. These are things that have reserves higher than $500K. There were 113 open claims with total reserves of $239 million, 46 property claims with $140.2 million in reserves. 27 pool workers' compensation claims for 44.9 million reserves, and 29 ASO, which are administrative services only, claims worker compensation for 42.7 million. The fund has efficiency in their operations, so other people will come to them and to do that work. So they charge them a fee for that, and so that works out really, really well. In the Friday meeting, so we finish that up. We come back on Friday, have the full board meeting of the 3 committees and the entire staff. We approve the minutes for the July 2025 school year, and then approve the Moody's Analytics. So they will be using a risk modeler software that they're going to purchase. And this is going to be used for the fund's property program to assess members' property exposures. And so it's a best practice to do that. And so they're going to do that. Approve the property deductible buy-down reinsurance program. If you want to buy down, you can do that. There are less and less people are doing that, but this still is active, and we approve that. We approve Kroll LLC as the appraisal services vendor that we'll utilize. They approve the Excellence Award recipients. And so, Trustee Robert, you made the report because you won, and so we highlighted you there. And so thank you for being present during the delegate assembly, because that was a big deal. So appreciate that. Also approved the reappointment of 5 trustees, which included me. Had an expiring term there. And approved the election of board officers. I was a part of that. I will be chairing going forward as of December 1st. And then we approved 3 nominations to fill vacancies. People are rolling off. Dr. Joanne Bludow, who had been the chair. She had been on there for 18 years. She has been a superintendent for 27 years in her esteemed career. And so she's in Hallettsville ISD. We also lost another gentleman who was in East Chambers ISD as superintendent for over 20 plus years as well. And so he has retired and given that up, and he's living a good life. And he reminded us that multiple occasions. We also approved the contract extension for fund consultant services. We have a fund consultant. Dubravka Romano ran that fund for over 35 years, but she's now our consultant, and she gives us sage advice about what we should and should not do and why we shouldn't do it. And she is still actively provides consulting around the U.S. She is a dean and very knowledgeable. She is quite knowledgeable. When you walk into a room at AGRIP, people see her and you think she's running AGRIP. I mean, that's how esteemed she is. So next, I'm going to go to MetroCrest Services, and I generally don't do this, but
Please, pardon me. Trustee Hill, what'd you say? You president? You're chair? You just got elected? Tell me what that is.
yeah, I will be sitting as the chair for that. So I get the opportunity to do that. I served as the vice chair this year and got to work with Dr. Bludow, but also Mary Barrett and that team. They do a phenomenal job. They do all the heavy lifting. I just have to show up.
So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And so MetroCrest Services, I'm going to jump on it. This is the reason we talk about partnerships. I know Ms. Angela Brown, she knows them quite well. The reason I bring this up is that the president and CEO is retiring after 13 years. And so Tracy Eubanks has been a very, very big supporter of us, although Carroll the Farmers Branch in that area actually has much more of their activity. But anytime something is needed, he has been very, very open and willing to support the needs of the district in the community. And so if you are a student in Coppell ISD, but not necessarily maybe in Coppell proper, he will extend that support and help. And he's also partners with other nonprofits. So like CCA, you have those in Irving Cares and stuff like that. So he knows the Metroplex area quite well. And so I was a part of the transition or the team to identify the new executive. And so that has worked extremely well. The board chair lives here in Coppell. She does a phenomenal job. She moves at light speed. So if you need an opportunity to just kind of process things, do not hang out with Lauren Turner because you're going to get left behind. She's exceptionally bright, and she's done a phenomenal job stepping in, doing that. The reason I bring that, one is the transition of leadership. Gabe Madison worked with Thomson Reuters over in Carrollton, but she also has experience with a nonprofit, Bonton Farms, in East Dallas. She's done that. She's coming in. She's bringing a lot of energy. Dr. Shivers, I had mentioned to her that you all need to connect when your schedules can align, so I know how that can be, both coming in new to these positions. As well, with that, we talk about partnerships. And so the reason I bring is the partnerships. The partnerships will continue working with Coppell ISD. They have done supporting student and staff services and needs there, provided job shadowing opportunity, internships, volunteer opportunities in the food pantry, the learning garden, and more. So many of those things are there. And we have some people on staff that have been former residents in Coppell, and she loves our students, and she's more than happy to bring them back with fidelity. The last thing I will mention about MentorCrest Services, My Path is a new key initiative to support families in need in the cities of Addison, Carrollton, Coppell, Farmers Branch, and the zip code of 75287. It is in the city of Dallas, but in Denton County. And they will provide support across the board. So they're looking forward to continuing that support throughout this year there. Next up, North Texas Area Association of School Boards. We met on Sunday, November 9th. We always get together prior to our meeting. We have a meeting coming up this Wednesday. We'll be out in Wiley ISD in the Wiley Educational Service Center. Susie Kennan is the trustee that's on the board. I do serve on the board for the NTASB as well. I serve as the vice president for that. The topic will be the power of public schools, stories worth telling. Ms. Angela Brown, you probably know all the players that'll be there. And so we will connect you with any information they share that you don't already have. Tiffany Dunn Oldfield will be coming up. She works for TASB. She's a deputy executive director of community, and she has a background in communications, marketing, and events. She also has worked in the Houston ISD and Spring ISD, and then she also has worked in private in the business world as well in that same role of marketing. And so this is very connected to the conversation that we've had this evening. There will also be the Wiley Chief Communication Officer, LISD communications person, and LISD Superintendent Lori Rapp will be participating in that conversation on Wednesday. So I will be there and to bring back the outcome of that conversation as well. My last comment is Coppell Chamber of Commerce Education Committee. On Wednesday, November 5th, we met in the chamber office. We did discuss the dissemination of the funds for the CTE at the secondary level. That was one thing that I had recommended, and we was able to follow through, and they were able to make those checks happen and get that out to all the CTE people at the middle and high school level. Then we left later to recognize the CHS-9 Teacher of the Month, Jason Spoor. He is the Lote Chair over at CHS-9 and also the varsity boys golf coach. And then the Student of the Month was Tyler Kim for November 2025. And the bonus thing, we got to acknowledge Bertha Molis for Paraprofessional of the Month for November. If you don't know Bertha, Bertha brings a lot of energy, but she is the cultural person. And when you walk into CHS-9 and you meet Bertha, it just kind of takes off from there. And she has a lot of skills. And if you know her background, you say she is really overqualified for what she does if you look at her background, but we got a chance to recognize Bertha. And with that, Trustee Matthew, that concludes my reports.
Thank you very much, Trustee Hill. Trustee Powers.
All right, so last Monday, November 10th, I had the pleasure of attending the ESL Bilingual Advisory Council with Trustee Bentley. That meeting was led by Dr. Anita de la Isla, Megan Bukovic, Ana Vizcaya Vasquez, and it was a group of community members and staff. The focus of the meeting was planning for the Seal of Biliteracy that Coppell ISD is going to be offering to our dual language immersion students who meet certain requirements during their quote-unquote graduation years. So our pre-K students, our 5th grade students, our 8th grade students, as they move up and graduate from their programs, they'll receive a seal of biliteracy if they meet certain requirements throughout the year, demonstrating proficiency in English and Spanish. So the meeting was focused on 3 topics. We finalized the pins and medal designs that the students will receive, be a different pin and medal each year so that hopefully they can collect them as they move up through the programs. We started planning the award ceremony. That's going to be on Cinco de Mayo, so that's easy to remember. Mark your calendars at Pinkerton. And then finally, we reviewed the student proposals for how they're going to meet the requirements for the Seal of Biliteracy. Great proposals, fun seeing what our 5th graders or 8th graders are planning to do to meet those requirements. Thankful to have the CISD staff that's guiding them this year, and can't wait to celebrate them on May 5th.
I just want to say congratulations to Dr. De La Isla and Dr. Brooks. I mean, I was on that committee last year, and this idea was, identified, baked, executed so swiftly, but I think so thoroughly. It was really exciting to see kind of the fruition of all of you guys' work.
Thank you very much. Trustee Powers, Trustee Rawl.
I have two reports this evening. The first one is DEIC. So that is District-Wide Educational Improvement Council. We met right here on October 21st at 4:30. Trustee Matthew and I are on that DEIC committee. We started with, welcome and introductions from Dr. Angie Brooks and Ms. Mary Kennington. The committee also welcomed our new superintendent, Dr. Shivers. Then we moved on to DEIC co-chair election. Genevieve Constantini volunteered to serve as co-chair, and the committee approved her nomination. After that, the first discussion point was the school calendar. Every 2 years, we go through this process. So Dr. Brooks helped the committee review legal requirements and long-standing CISD traditions that guide calendar development. Key points included state requirements like 75,600 annual operational minutes, 420 minutes per instructional day, 187-day teacher contracts and things like that. And then district traditions like week off at Thanksgiving, 2-week winter break, fair day, long weekend, etc. Committee members reviewed sample calendars, including a 4-day week model submitted by a staff member. The committee also got a chance to give feedback, what works well, and ideas for future adjustments. So a couple of examples in what works well were continue no half days, also no learners on election day. And then ideas for future adjustments were explore a 4-day week options, and then maybe a later start times, especially for elementary campuses. After that, the next discussion point was parent engagement and policy discussion. So Ms. Angela Brown and Cooper Hilton led a review of legislative context and upcoming policy requirements, including updates from the 89th Texas legislation and Senate Bill 12. Again, member had a chance to give feedback on strengthening parent-teacher cooperation. A couple of points came up in this feedback was avoid adding to teacher workload. Also continue curriculum nights with clear examples on homework, attendance, discipline, and expectations. The district will adopt updated board policies to formalize parent engagement requirements from SB 12. Dr. Brooks also provided a brief overview of the district improvement plan and upcoming milestones. There will be 3 more DEIC meetings starting. The second one will be on January 13th, then on February 10th, and then the last one on March 31st. The meeting was concluded at 5:51. And then I have one more report on iLead Session 1 and 4. So iLead Session 1 was on October 2nd. It began with a welcome dinner and introductions, including a warm greeting for our new superintendent, Dr. Shivers. Participants received an overview of the iLead program's purpose and goals, including board roles and responsibilities. So I had the opportunity to introduce the CISD board and share an overview of the board's responsibilities, the superintendent's responsibilities, and the distinctions between governance and daily operations. Then the group got to receive a deeper look at how CISD communicates with families, staff, and the community. That was led by the communications department. And they highlighted department roles and key functions, strategic communications plan updates, data and trends related to charter enrollment and transfers, and engagement efforts with families who choose charter schools. The team also shared comparative data between CISD and nearby non-public school options. Flyer included charts, helpful facts, and common myths addressed with accurate information. For example, a myth, charter schools hire certified teachers, and the fact is CISD hires highly qualified certified teachers, all holding at least a bachelor's degree. The cohort got an opportunity to give feedback. A short set of reflection questions was shared with participants along with a QR code allowing them to submit feedback on the key topics. And then iLead session 4, that was the final session that was held on November 5th. The fourth and final session took place right here in the boardroom with a focus on CISD administrative services, including human resources, student and staff services, and health services. The event featured a panel discussion with participants asking thoughtful questions about district operations and support systems. The session concluded with a graduation celebration, recognizing cohort members for their engagement and commitment throughout the program. On behalf of the Coppell ISD board, I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to our iLead cohort. We truly value your willingness to participate, engage, and invest your time in this program. We hope you will share what you have learned and continue the conversations within our community because you are now official ambassadors of CISD. Thank you for your commitment and enthusiasm. That concludes my reports.
Thank you very much. I think that is the end of our discussion and report items. And so with that, at 8:36, I'll call us into closed session. All right, it is 9:52, and I call us back into open session. No action out of our closed session. With that, I will entertain a motion.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Nicole Bentley, Trustee Bentley, seconded by Trustee Hill. All those in favor? All right, motion passes 6-0. Meeting is adjourned at 9:52.